Hello, everybody. My name is Jose Vega. On behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture, I am excited to present to you the first of many streams on Beethoven. December 16th was the 250th birthday of the beloved composer, and we are dedicating this entire year to Beethoven to truly make it the Beethoven year. And the reason we're doing that is because, well, Beethoven deserves nothing less than to have a whole year dedicated to him in order to uplift people, inspire people to become the great geniuses that they can be. So, without further ado, we're going to begin our program now by opening up with one of our favorite people to collaborate with, Tian Jiang, and he will be performing the Opus 10 number 3. So it's a great way to start our program, and we hope you enjoy.
Year Tian, when did you first hear Beethoven's music?
Oh, when I was 4, and of course, I started playing the piano when I was 4 years old. My father is an opera singer, and my mother is a dentist. And my family loves music. Of course, at 2 years old, I'm already exposed to Beethoven music, but I really learned Beethoven music when I was 4, started playing the piano. But remember, I was born at the end of the Cultural Revolution, and that time China was closed. So Western music was forbidden to hear. At that difficult time, I was secretly learning classical music. So Beethoven is one of the very, very important composer I learned.
And what was it like growing up in China in the 60s and 70s? You said a little bit about it. Tell us,
Yeah.
please.
Well, China during the 60s and 70s was very closed. It was not like today. China was open to the world, and you can have a lot of trades and cultural exchange. At that time, China was at the end of Chinese Cultural Revolution. And I still remember when I was 2 years old, the Red Guards came to our home and searched everything and took everything away, including some of the music scorebooks. So I was very, very sad. And one of them, of course, those books, Beethoven music. And of course, I loved the music so much because Western music, it gives me some kind of imagination and a glimpse, taste, what is like outside of China. I was very curious. So that's why besides I love the piano instrument, I also practicing and automatically, and I wanted to practice. And so also the Western music, the harmony was so different from the China, and also it was very interesting. And also I'm very curious about those harmonies. And that's why the Beethoven music gives me a hope and gives me some kind of a imagination and curiosity and all those mixed emotion and drives me practicing the piano.
So how were you able to practice piano if you didn't have one and play Beethoven's music? And what did it move in you when you played Beethoven?
Those years, it was late 70s, and I went to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, a middle school. And that was the very first year we still cannot play anything Western classical music. The second years, I believe it was 1977, then we started able to gradually and little by little, we are able to play Western composers. And of course, one of the composer, and I love very much, and is Beethoven. Beethoven music, and really gives me so much hope and strength. And it really means to me that the freedom and hope and Beethoven spirit is never give up. You always fight. And at the end, you will win and have a victory. So this is what I believe in my life. Not talking about I was born in China at that time, it was very difficult under that kind of condition. But just being a concert pianist and to become and wish to become a musician is not that easy. I remember very well my father told me, and to become a musician, it's a sacrifice. You have to give everything, and which is so true. And at that time, China was so poor condition. I'm talking about living condition. And the practice room has no heat during the winter. And all the students, our hands are frozen, and we really have to really warm up and for like 30 minutes before we can really actually in the best performing condition. And of course that it was very difficult, but I was still very much that you enjoy and want to learn classical music. And so it was not easy. China at that time, but it was very prestigious to be one of those students at that special school. As a matter of fact, that special school was formed by Mao Zedong's wife. Her name is Jiang Qing. And initially, the music special school, and they want to train us to learn all those Chinese classical, modern classical music to promote and praise the government. And then later, of course, the conservatory developed into a pure classical, Western classical music school. And our professors are excellent. Many of them that were trained in Russia and also in Paris. So we actually were able to receive very traditional classical training of piano playing.
Tell us a little bit about how you came to America, and later on, and tell us what Beethoven means to you now that you are an international performing artist.
Yes, in the early 80s, the maestro, great violinist Isaac Stern, and he went to China, and he actually launched the very first cultural exchange program between China and the United States. And I was very happy and lucky, chosen by him, one of the 5 young musicians. And he sent us to San Francisco Conservatory of Music. And I remember very well that at that time, and I was so amazed that I couldn't believe I can got out of China and to learn classical music in the Western world. Of course, Beethoven music means a lot to me because it means my dream when I was 4, 5, 6, at that time, always hope to hear the classical music outside of China in the place, where the Western culture was really developed. Of course, America is one of them and have many, many great composers and classical composers. So my dream come true. And that has a lot to do with the spirit Beethoven, his music, and gave to us. Never give up and always hope. At the end, you will have a victory. That's Beethoven.
That's great. And what is it? I know that you spent a lot of time now performing back in China, which is very different from when you grew up. Tell us what that is like today, and what Beethoven's music mean today in China.
After I left China for the second time in 1985, and I have stayed in the United States, went to the Juilliard School, Manhattan School of Music, and for 10 years, I did not return. And 10 years later, I was invited to perform with the Shanghai Symphony Orchestra, play the Beethoven Emperor Piano Concerto, 1996, I remember very well. And I returned, I couldn't believe it. Shanghai, the city where I was born, changed so much, I couldn't even recognize my neighborhood and my former house, and everywhere is just different. Of course, the young people also act different. And I couldn't also recognize how they, the way they, behave. And it's very different from my generation, although it was about 20 years apart. But it's a huge difference between that 20 years. And of course, Shanghai city alone has more than 100,000 piano students. And they learn piano and they love piano. And piano was a huge thing in China. And also, thanks to many Chinese piano factories, they promote classical music and they encourage many young people to learn piano. And so 1999, I had a 12 cities concert tour in 15 cities in China, was sponsored by Shanghai Strauss Piano Company. So during that time, I went to so many different cities, learned that so many young people are learning piano. Of course, I gave many, many master classes. I had a wonderful time and taught them Beethoven music, Mozart, and to them, Beethoven music is very, very a must repertoire in their school, in their repertoire and also program. So yeah, everybody and plays Beethoven and the sonatas, the late sonatas, the early sonatas. And so I'm very, very fond of the whole situation in China, and classical music, it is important. And by the way, classical music was promoted by the Chinese government. I would never thought they would do that when I was there. And but in the late 80s, 90s, and a lot of concert promoters, and they will promote Hong Kong pops concerts. But the government has a rule. You must also including classical Western music and concerts. If you don't promote that, it will not be part of the whole planning they can approve. So that's a good thing that I'm very happy to see.
Oh, that's wonderful. So tell us, which of Beethoven's composition is your personal favorite?
I must say that the Emperor Piano Concerto, and especially the second movement, I love dearly, because it is so much love and hope and the future. Through the music, I can imagine future while I was playing. So it was always joy to play the Beethoven Emperor Piano Concerto, second movement. I love all the Beethoven sonatas, and that four movements is the most balanced piano sonata in the early his compositions.
Thank you, Tian. And what would you say to young people from around the world who are today either playing piano, learning classical music, or perhaps don't really know that much about classical music? What would you say to them on Beethoven's 250th birthday? What advice would you give them?
First, I'd like to say happy birthday, Beethoven. 250 years, we are truly celebrating your glory music. And for those young musicians around the world, I want to tell them Beethoven music is pure about music. His music is written for symphony, for string quartet, for piano sonatas. And for pianists, his music may not the most comfortable and fingering or convenience for them to perform. But however, you must understand Beethoven is concentrate and focus on music. So it is very important. Every effort, fingering, and everything is served for the music, the depths and the tone. So therefore, that's my advice for pianists. And for everybody in general, the people around the world, Beethoven meant for me when I was little, never give up, always hope, and the victory will come to you. And eventually, it's true. I never give up, played the piano, although it was very difficult time. And of course, I came to the Western world to become a professional pianist, and I went through many difficult situations. There was many stories I can tell. But however, here I want to say, never give up, and keep hoping and work hard, practice, and the victory at the end you will receive. And that's the spirit about Beethoven. Beethoven will inspire us and to fight the current virus. And 2020 is a very special year because Beethoven his birthday. But at the same time, I understand we are having a difficult time and with the virus. but everybody have a positive spirit. And to fight with this virus, at the end, we will win with this victory. Beethoven will guide us.
Hello, everybody. If you're just tuning in, my name is Jose Vega, and on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream. Right now, it is 12:41. We're going all the way till midnight, maybe later. I don't know. No, it's probably till midnight. What you just heard was Tian Jiang, Opus 10, number 3. He was performing the Opus 10 number 3, and we had an interview with him. I can't tell you what he played at the end of the interview because I don't know the Opus number. I wasn't sure what he was playing. So I apologize for that. However, somebody in the live chat suggested that we have the Opus numbers scroll by as we play the music, and I thought that was a great idea. So thank you for that. We'll make sure to have the Opus numbers on every piece from now on afterwards. So without further ado, we are going to go to the piano trio in E flat major, Opus 70, number 2. On the violin, we have Elizabeth Wright. On the cello, we have Jacob Nordlinger. And on the piano, we have Justin Piper. So enjoy. Okay. Sorry about that. Here at the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture, we are not infallible. We are prone to mistakes, and we're learning as we're going. If you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. What you just heard was the Piano Trio, Opus 70, Piano Trio number 6 in E-flat major. And it was performed by, the pianist was Jesse Piper, and I just had the list of the cellist and the violinist, so I apologize. In any event, though, I do want to mention to people a few things we have upcoming with the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. I believe starting sometime in the second or third week of January, we're going to restart the Daily Dose of Beethoven, written by Fred Haight. I don't think he wrote 250 or 200, but he's almost there. So hopefully he'll get to 250, maybe in this month or maybe next month. Lastly, I just want to say we are now going to play you the Mass in C. This is the Opus 86, performed by the Schiller Institute New York City Chorus and Orchestra. The director is John Segerson. The soprano is Indira Mahajan. The alto is Linda Childs. The tenor, Everett Suttle. And the bass is, actually, I think it's Frank Mathis. In any event, though, I think this piece is really something, because Beethoven often said that if people understood his music, there'd be no more wars. And with this being the year of 2021, which really should be the year of Beethoven, this should be the year where there should be no more wars. So get this to every world leader you know, every diplomat, everybody who has a thinking, reasonable mind. Get this stream to them. Because if they really listen, I think they can understand what Beethoven meant when he said there should be no more wars, if people understood his music. So without further ado, the Mass in C, Opus 86, performed by the Schiller Institute New York City Chorus. Hello, everybody. Hi. Like I said, we're not infallible here, but what was just played was the Mass in C, Opus 86, performed by the Schiller Institute New York City Chorus. Earlier, I had misnamed the bass. The bass is actually Kostas Sourakis. I hope I pronounced that right. If you're just tuning in now, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon, not to be confused with our earlier 25-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. Now, that was performed by the Schiller Institute at the proper tuning. A equals 432 or C equals 256. And here at the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture, we make it our mission and our point to make sure, to the best we can, I mean, we know the circumstances are tough, but to the best we can, we have to make the point about the proper tuning, which you'll be hearing more about later. There are more performances from the Schiller Institute and from Michelle Aaron, who are also in the proper tuning. Now, before we continue with our program, I want to make a small announcement. The Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture is on Spotify. We are on Spotify. We have started a podcast hosted by Terry Noel Tao, where he plays some of his favorite Bach pieces. We just had a Christmas Eve, Christmas Day special, and we just did something on Pablo Casal's birthday. And coming up on January 6th, I believe, we're coming up with another episode to post on our Spotify. So go check it out. We're called Classic-fied. Yes, it's a terrible pun, but it's a pun nonetheless. Classic-fied. And you can find us on Spotify. With that being said, we are now going to go to the Waldstein, performed by Hyperion Night. So that is going to be a lot of fun. I was there recording it live, and I can tell you right now, this piece is amazing. And we're going to do something a little unorthodox, maybe. We're going to play you the piece, and then what we're going to do is we're going to play you an interview, or a discussion between him and Fred Haight on music. I think they referenced the Waldstein and a few other pieces, and then we'll play the Waldstein again. I think you might get a different perspective on it the second time you hear it. So without further ado, this is the Waldstein performed by Hyperion Night. Well, hello there, everybody. Um, if you're just tuning in now, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. It is currently 2:24 p.m. here in New York City. So if you're in Europe or something, hello, guten Tag, for my Russian friends, Zdravstvuyte, drug mois, and that's the extent of all the other languages I know. Bonjour, buongiorno, and to the Californians, it's still good morning. So good morning to the people out in the Pacific. What you just heard was the Waldstein. That is Piano Sonata number 21, Opus 53, also known as the Waldstein Piano Sonata. It's one of the most beautiful piano sonatas, I think, or one of the most fun ones, I should say. Nothing had been written like it until Beethoven decided to write something like it. It truly is revolutionary music. But I'm not qualified to say much on it, but you know who is? Hyperion Knight. The man who just played the piece is now going to discuss some aspects of music, music theory, and the Waldstein. So without further ado, we're going to play you a discussion between Fred Haight and Hyperion Knight. So let's bring that up.
Hello, Hyperion, old friend. How are you?
Hello, Fred. It's a pleasure to be here to celebrate our hero's 250th birthday.
I'm looking forward to our discussion today. Hyperion has some very definite ideas on works of Beethoven that we're going to hear, and then I'm going to chime in with my 2 cents worth afterwards.
I'd like to start by talking about what is actually one of my favorite subjects, which is Beethoven a classical composer or a romantic composer? And this is actually a profound question, even though labels like this in the long run don't necessarily mean all that much. When we talk about Beethoven's 3 different styles, his early, his middle, and late, what exactly are we getting at? Well, my old piano teacher at the Cleveland Institute of Music, Paul Shenley, he talked about getting a book from the library that was called Beethoven, the Man Who Freed Music. And he said, as he looked at it, he wondered, what does it mean to free music? What was he freeing music from exactly? And Paul Shenley came to the conclusion that what they meant was he was freeing music from words. Now, that's an interesting idea, because what it means is that before Beethoven, for true drama in the great oratorios and masses of Bach and the Messiah of Handel and the splendid operas of Mozart, if you wanted real drama, you were actually relying on words, on a text. And then with Beethoven, who could only muster the energy to write one opera, it wasn't necessary anymore. For some reason, he was now able to convey a complete drama in music alone. It had meaning to us, perhaps not literal meaning, but very real meaning. Now, how did this come about? To begin with, in the Baroque era, they had something called the doctrine of affections, which more or less meant that each key had a certain mood associated with it, and that a piece in that key needed more or less to stay in that mood. So even in Bach's greatest works of genius, you still find there's a certain homogeneity in them. They stay in one key and one mood. You go from C major to C minor, and then C sharp. And they tend to retain this mood. When we get to the classical era, we get to Haydn and Mozart, they start building in the tension of having 2 polar key areas. You have a dominant and you have a tonic. Of course, in the major keys, usually that dominant was literally the dominant. In C major, it would be 5 notes above the 5th. And in a minor key, like C minor, it would be the dominant major, the relative major, E flat major. But at any rate, what you had was a progression in sonata form, which was simply tonic to dominant, little development, and back to tonic again, where you remained. And this was handled in different ways by different people. Mozart tended to have a string of what we might call melodies that weren't necessarily related, but gorgeously and wonderfully proceeded from tonic to dominant and back again. Haydn, who briefly taught Beethoven, was actually much more similar to Beethoven in his approach. He had a key area that went to a second key area, and you felt real struggle between them. The exposition was almost like a battle between what was going to prevail, the tonic or the dominant, till you got to the dominant development section and back home again to the tonic. Now, what I propose is that Beethoven's transition into his heroic style actually totally transformed this notion of tonic to dominant of ABA sonata form. And what it did was plant the seeds of drama. And what I mean by drama is what another hero of yours, the great playwright Friedrich Schiller, always talked about in his philosophical works about drama, which was antithesis, which was that you have two contrasting characters who interact, they struggle, they fall in love, whatever they do, and they're both transformed in the process. And by the end, you have what later the Romantics would call thematic transformation. So you no longer have pleasant melodies sitting next to each other that are joined, connected by a key area. They are now interacting with each other. And this is a completely different idea altogether. Now, Beethoven got into this very gradually, which is why we have three distinct periods in Beethoven. And now I like to illustrate what I mean. In the first great, let's call it famous Beethoven sonata, the Pathetique, Beethoven has an incredible amount of drama, but it's not romantic drama, it's classical drama. Because the fantastic opening, dramatic Pathetique open, that's really a French military overture, is in the same key as the fast theme. So they really stand next to each other. They aren't interacting. And indeed, when you get to the development section, again, they just come one after the other. And then the fast theme by itself again. When you get to what we would call the second key area in the Pathetique, you get there by going through the relative minor, E flat minor. And you arrive at the second key area or second theme, and it's still in the same mood. It may be major, but it's still the same agitated Pathetique tone. So even though he set up this incredible drama with this slow military gesture, it is still very much in the classical vein. It is simply juxtaposed. Next, we get to the Moonlight Sonata. Now this one, of course, gives a feeling that we really think of as romantic. It feels like a Chopin nocturne or things really emblematic of Romanticism. But in point of fact, it is still a thoroughly classical piece, even though it's a fantasia, because the first theme takes you to the second key area, and then what you find is the mood is exactly the same in the second key area. So as wonderful and romantic feeling as it is almost still in the doctrine of affections. It's in one key, C sharp minor, that stays in one mood throughout the piece. So at this point, before Beethoven really lost his hearing and we had the cry for help, the Heiligenstadt Testament, and his transformation into the heroic man that we think of as both a human hero and an artistic hero, he is still creating drama in the classical style, very much music that could have been written by Mozart or Haydn. Now, of course, he does lose his hearing and miraculously becomes even greater. And in the process, he turns his music, his sonata form, into something almost twice as long as it previously was. And he gives us drama in music, characters interacting the way Schiller would have discussed, antithesis. How does he do this? Well, he does it by making the second key area its own personality. This happens in all the symphonies, starting with the Eroica, and it happens in the piano works, starting with the Waldstein Sonata. In the Waldstein, we have the typical Allegro con brio theme in C major. But what happens? We go into the second key area, we get to the dominant, which turns out to be 5 of 5 of the 5 of 3 of the relative major, and this is what the second key area sounds like. All of a sudden, we're in a completely different area. And now they do battle. The main theme returns subdued as it gradually fights against this new beautiful lyrical theme for control of the area. And now you've got real drama, so that by the end, they're literally fighting with each other. You get this huge Beethovenian drama, and the form is now greatly expanded because the development section has grown to encompass this dramatic activity, and the coda likewise mirrors this. So you wind up with an extended development section, extended coda, and all of a sudden Beethoven's first movements are 20 minutes long. An astounding thing. So from this point on, we now have what we in romantic terms call a fast theme and a slow theme, which you found in all the symphonists that followed Beethoven, Brahms, Tchaikovsky, through Mahler. You would find a real struggle between two completely different moods within the same piece. In the Appassionata Sonata, you have but when you get to the slow theme, it's this. And then, of course, all pandemonium breaks loose. So this is now a real musical drama. Same thing, the Emperor Piano Concerto. We get to the second key area, and we have this. Now, Beethoven would still play with the earlier form, even in his late style, this most magnificent philosophical in-game he had in his third style. In your favorite piano sonata, Opus 111, he returns to a style very much like the Pathétique, with an introduction and then a theme in the same mood. But nonetheless, the style has now been transformed permanently. And all of a sudden, the key relation now became secondary. What was important was the contrasting characters that created a drama, that interacted, that grew, just like people in a play. They changed during the course of it, the thematic transformation. And the key relations were just there for beauty. They were no longer a piece of architecture. They were no longer the great Gothic cathedrals or Baroque cathedrals that Bach would build, or the operas that Mozart would create that were intact in a certain way. In the Romantic era, they took the thematic struggles of Beethoven and got rid of the structure based on harmony. So this is why, in my opinion, this begins the Romantic era in music. Now, I've talked for a long time, so Fred, I'd love to have you jump in and hear some of your thoughts before we continue, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much for that well thought out explanation and some brilliant playing. I appreciate it very much. I said I would throw in my 2 cents worth, but since they've banned pennies in Canada, we don't have cents anymore. And since our coin is the loonie, I don't want to say I'm going to throw in my 2 loonies worth. But I'm going to take a somewhat different approach. You brought up many very interesting stylistic questions, but I think that in order to really understand what makes Beethoven so different, we have to look outside of music per se. You mentioned Schiller several times, and the turn of the century, around 1800, was one of the most optimistic periods that man had ever seen. The American Revolution had taken place. The French Revolution looked promising at first. Beethoven's Bonn, where he grew up, the court theater was turned into a national theater. He grew up watching Shakespeare and Schiller, and they had a Lesengesellschaft where most of the musicians belonged to a reading society. They were reading ancient Romans and Greeks, Schiller, and it was the hope for change and freedom for mankind was great. And Schiller, in his aesthetic letters, said that life is moving ahead so fast that art had better catch up if it doesn't want to be left in the dust. So, however great the previous art that we've seen was, Schiller and Beethoven, I think, felt that it was not adequate for what was necessary at that time. And he discusses that in his aesthetic letters. He discusses how to create a new form of art. And when I look at Beethoven, I see him following Schiller's advice very strongly. You mentioned, for instance, both the Waldstein Sonata and the Eroica Symphony. And the Eroica Symphony is something that I don't think we can really account for just in internal musical terms. He wrote it at the time when Napoleon was the first consul. He realized Napoleon's problems. He was not happy with him signing a concordat with the Pope. He wanted separation of church and state. But he also realized that he had stopped the bloodshed and promised to bring liberty to Europe, as had been done in the United States. And so he had to write a symphony. Something like this had never happened before. You're talking about the potential to liberate all mankind from feudalism. So you have to write something that lives up to that. And as you well know, the Eroica Symphony, the first movement has the longest development section that had ever taken place in a piece of music. And the coda was lifted to a whole new level because he introduced something new in the coda. And the funeral march, I mean, Napoleon wasn't dead. why have such a long funeral march, except that I think Beethoven is discussing and addressing with us the question of a world historical individual, of a true leader who changes history, and the lack that's felt when such a person is taken away from us. Some of us can remember when John F. Kennedy was assassinated and Martin Luther King, and we feel that. So I think all of those things enter into it. And my own belief, there is a romantic movement for sure. I don't really ascribe to the notion of a romantic period. It just tends to lump all the composers of that era together. What I see is there was a very strong opposition between those who wanted to continue the tradition of Bach through Beethoven, which I would include Schumann, Mendelssohn, Chopin to some degree, but Brahms really is the backbone of it, as the strength of it. And then you had romantic composers who, while they said that they worshipped Beethoven, I think Beethoven was actually their biggest problem. How do you pass that? I mean, really. And Wagner just said, don't even try. He said, you can't do it. You can't. There's no use writing a sonata or a symphony anymore because Beethoven said all there is to say, and the future lies in music drama. But I think someone like Brahms in particular, Brahms, even more than Bach, studied all previous music. He actually edited the complete works of Couperin because he thought there was something valued there. He studied Renaissance music. He owned many, many scores, I think thousands of them, because he saw himself as having to forward that. And even though Mozart and Beethoven had revived the fugue from their study of Bach, when Mozart studied Bach at the Salon of Baron von Swieten in 1782, J.S. Bach had pretty much been swept off the stage, and fugal writing was just out of favor. As you know, you had a style that was much more like what you said in the, I forget the term that you used, but the stylistic, a simple melody and accompaniment. You know, that was what, so Mozart brought the fugue back powerfully. Beethoven took it even further with his double fugal writing. But one of the things that Brahms did was I think he felt that the importance of the Passacaglia had been lost. And because no one, not even Bach or Mozart, Beethoven or Mozart, had written a Passacaglia in recent times. The last was Bach. So he wrote two of them. He turned the end of his Haydn variations into a Passacaglia based on 10 notes. And then he took a theme, a chaconne from Bach. And now you have to tell me if you can hear this. Can you hear that clearly?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And he was sitting there with Joseph Joachim one day, and he's playing that and saying, what would you think of this for the last movement of a symphony? And Joachim didn't say anything because he knew he'd already decided to do it. But Brahms turned it into... And I think that whereas the Romantic composers had a lot of license, they were just free with new forms or no forms at all to just go all over the place. Brahms took a lot of interest in rigor, and he thought that things like theme and variations, Passacaglia, the things that restrict you the most, the things that put the most restrictions on you, are actually the things. If you can generate freedom and beauty out of that, then that's something beautiful. He thought that rigor was necessary for young composers because he saw stuff going off all over the place without any real structure to it. So there's that aspect to it. There's also the aspect of what I call the C minor series, which is the investigation of the musical system itself. You know, Bach, as we know, was the person who finally established the well-tempered system of 24 major and minor keys. The necessity for it was known since the ancient Greeks, and many people had tried to do it, but he was the first one to really pull it off. And one of his investigations into the very nature of the musical system was the musical offering. He was given a theme by Frederick the Great, the King of Prussia, probably coached by his son Emmanuel, And the first 5 notes of that go like this. Then it has a chromatic scale following. But that brings up several questions. You have a minor triad. You have a half tone above the 5th and a half tone beneath the tonic. Bach had used that before. It also gives you the interval of the diminished 7th, A flat to B, and if you fill in the notes between, you have a diminished 7th chord. And it's too much to go into here, but there's really only 3 of them possible. You do, and you're right back to the first one. So that's a whole interesting ordering principle outside of the circle of fifths, outside of the generation of usual keys that Bach is investigating. And once Mozart became familiar with Bach, he took it further. The opening of his fantasy in C minor just basically takes that opening by Bach and adds 2 notes to it. That's right. And even if you take that, I hope Jose can edit all my mistakes out. Does that remind you of anything? Well, how about you played it? Exactly the same. Beethoven's Opus 111, if you take these diminished 7ths, starting on C, you have A flat to B. If you start on G, you have E flat to F sharp. Which is the way that Beethoven starts Opus 111. It's not a theme, it's not in a key. He's actually, I believe, is exploring musical space and exploring it from a new way, because he actually goes through all 3 of those in that introduction to Opus 111. So I think there's a long tradition of that which was understood, and especially in the dialogue that you have between Bach, Mozart, and Beethoven, and then continuing on into Brahms, that sees one long classical tradition, not so much different eras. Yeah, there's different styles and stuff, but there's one long classical tradition that is looking into all of these things, and it's looking into it for the best of reasons. You said something about a year ago, Hyperion, that really struck me. We were talking about Beethoven's birthday, and you said Beethoven is the greatest human being who ever lived. And I said, well, he's one of the greatest. I know a few other contenders, but I was just very happy to hear that outlook, because we tend to think of him as a great musician, and musicians are always characterized as a little bit crazy or often Never Neverland. And Beethoven, in fact, was one of the greatest human beings who ever lived. And like Schiller, like George Washington and others, he was concerned about what the future of the world was going to be. And it's in that sense that I locate him as a classical composer rather than a romantic. The romantic question is a big question to get into. There's a lot there. But there were, among the romantics, people who were questioning whether dreams were better than reality, who just were quite a bit removed from the actual world in which they lived. So that's my 2 loonies worth, and let's go from there.
Well, that's absolutely marvelous, Fred. And you guys are profound. Actually, we can add another major composer to the quartet that you talked of. Charles Rosen, in discussing this question, made a very strong case that Franz Schubert also never really left classical style in his compositions. And Schubert, who was the budding proto-romantic, as we think of the poet John Keats, both of them died tragically young, of course, actually in his composing, he stuck to the same system that worked so marvelously for Beethoven, for Haydn, for Mozart, and of course, as you pointed out, most assuredly was the conscience of Johannes Brahms, that he felt he was on a mission to hold back this romantic tide of chaos, essentially, that he saw in the music around him, feeling that the underpinnings of structure were essential to maintaining an art form. You could argue that he was correct in many ways, because it wasn't too long after Brahms's death that the romantic spirit basically disintegrated into modernism. There wasn't a substance to build it on. And Brahms clearly understood where all this would lead in the end. Having said that, however, I like very much your analogy to the C minor introduction, particularly the C minor fantasy of Mozart, because not only did the other guys use it, a great composer from Poland used it as well. But he used it to completely disorient the listener. He starts the G minor ballade, his first ballade, in the wrong key. Essentially an A flat major, and the piece is in G minor. And this is what the inspired romantics like Chopin and Tchaikovsky were able to do with this. They were still very much relying on the tradition, but they managed to use it and imbue it with fantasy. And they did that to a large extent by breaking away from the tonal connection. Sure, I'm going to start in A flat, the piece with a dramatic introduction borrowed from Mozart, but this is actually a forgotten waltz in G minor. Very classical elements fused into something romantic.
Very good, very good. And you're right, most people forget that Chopin loved Bach above all other composers. And they also don't realize the degree to which he understood the bel canto voice. He took his students to the opera to listen to different singers, and they said he could imitate different singers at the piano. They'd say, this is the way Rubini would sing it, this is the way that guy would sing it. So there's a tradition there. But thank you for reminding me of Schubert, because I was going to bring him in and I forgot about it. Oh. Compare that to the opening of the Waldstein.
Sure, absolutely. Same thing.
Yep. And the last movement, can you play the opening of the last movement of the event? And that's that Bach. And it's one of the few examples of Schubert's writing. So here he is taking his study of Bach and Beethoven. And he also has a very youthful 17-year-old improvisation on Mozart's C minor fantasy. It's called an improvisation on the themes of Mozart, and he takes all the themes from the C minor fantasy. But also, in terms of what you're talking about in terms of keys, I think he also takes up on what you're saying in Beethoven moving to E major in the Waldstein. Because there's a phenomenon, again, the musical geometry. If you take a major third, C to E, why don't you play it with me? Okay? Then E to G sharp, or A flat, and then A flat to C. So you're right back to C. So the major third actually divides the octave into three parts. The first movement of the Wander Fantasy is in C minor. The second movement is in C sharp minor, E major. The third is, I think, A flat, and the fourth C. So Schubert is also picking up on Beethoven on that score, I believe, and following what he's doing in the Waldstein. So I'm very glad that you brought up Schubert, because I would have hated to have left him out of it.
Well, this is all wonderful and insightful, Fred. How could we, of course, forget Franz Schubert? Knowing his life story just makes you weep. But what a genius. He actually was picking up on all the signals that Beethoven sent, keeping the classical form, but at the same time introducing, as you discussed, the third relation that would ultimately become so important in the Romantic style. For instance, Beethoven's fourth piano concerto begins in G major. But when the orchestra enters, it comes in a third higher, B major. But using these thirds, as you pointed out, even in the Wanderer fantasy, quote unquote, Schubert keeps a strong classical structure. Everything is still tightly tied together by the key relationships. Now, the other aspect that Beethoven was constantly pushing at, and this is one of the things that makes him such a miracle, is that he was constantly trying to expand the use of the instruments themselves. And it's actually very funny to see his interaction with the piano manufacturers, who he was representing more or less as a sports star might represent a gear seller, where he kept pushing them. I'll represent your piano, but you have to give me 2 more notes on the top, another one on the bottom, till eventually we got to the full-size piano we have. And as he got there, and as he got into the Waldstein and the Appassionata, he realized this meant that all the instruments, the orchestra, very particularly, where, as you know, in the Fifth Symphony, he introduced trombones in the last movement, and the incredible use of French horns in the Seventh Symphony. In the piano, he started for the first time using a technique that would be completely essential to the Romantic era. And we tend to sometimes call this 3-hand technique, basically creating the illusion that there's more than one person playing the piano at a time. And you could do this a number of ways. The most common is by crossing the hands, so that you have a bass voice, you have a medium voice, and you have something on top. For instance, Liszt's marvelous piece, Un Sospiro, a sigh, uses this 3-hand technique to create this illusion. You almost just feel as though you have a pianist playing with 2 hands and then a singer singing along. And Beethoven begins this in the last movement of the Waldstein Sonata. For the first time, we get the 3-hand technique to create this illusion. Which gets absolutely thrilling, of course, when he makes the middle voice a trill. And then he does the same thing in the last movement of the Appassionata, just as thrilling. You feel like there are 2 people playing, 3 things at least going on at one time. So this is the other thing that really transformed the heroic period of Beethoven, where suddenly the orchestra was not something meant to just do notes. You could take Beethoven's music and do it on another instrument. Suddenly the orchestra had a life of its own. It was an animal that was uncontainable. And the piano, likewise, was now capable of imitating a full orchestra. And that's what he achieved. Go ahead, Fred. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Yes, I agree with you and love that music. I understand that the last movement of the Waldstein is, the very last part of it is still impossible to play for most people. The octaves that sliding up and down. But you're right, and my other job is a piano tuner, piano technician. So I know a few things about this. And yes, there were a lot of innovations made into the instrument over the time. Mozart's piano couldn't have done which you just played there. Just good enough, you know. And Beethoven had, you're right, it was like a sport. He had a lot of people giving him pianos. I mean, they all like to say, oh, he composed everything in his Broadwood. Well, no, he composed everything in his Graf. And they, sometimes, if you go to the museums, you see he's got 5 pedals on some of these things. So there was a lot of experimentation going on with different sounds that could be produced out of pianos. And Robert Schumann was convinced that there would be new pianos come along and somebody would have to write a concerto for it, which he did. And I think that this fits very much with what we're discussing in terms of the Eroica Symphony, in terms of the Promethean notion of man, that man is not just a slave, he's not just a serf, you know, but Prometheus is the, as you know, the Greek god who stole the gift of fire and every gift of knowledge and gave it to man, which had Zeus very upset. But he gave man that power. And I think a piano concerto played by Beethoven really gives us that, because he composed it, he plays it, and right in front of you, it improvises. So you're watching one person produce this beautiful music, both in terms of writing it and playing it. So I agree with you. It adds enormously to the power to it, and yet the Beethoven and Brahms and others never really violate the principle of instruments or of the voice. It's not just washes of color, but it's polyphony all the way through. And I just have to add to that. I have to tell you one joke, okay? Because when Beethoven performed his 3rd piano concerto, he went to a guy who was a very skilled pianist and said, "Would you turn pages for me?" And the guy knew how to read music, and he said, "Sure, I'll turn pages for you." And as the concerto proceeded, the guy freaked out because they were blank pages with a few scribbles in them that Beethoven written for himself. He had no idea when this was coming to an end. And so that's what you also had. I believe there's one of Mozart's piano concerti where the left hand is left out, and you're just supposed to fill that in. So they were literally improvising and making this stuff up as they went along. So I think, thank you for pointing that out, because the piano, after all, is known as the composer's instrument. It is. It's the only instrument on which you can actually bring a miniature orchestra or a chorus together.
Well, it's great to be able to celebrate this. Obviously, this period you're talking about, this incredible optimism, is something the world could use again. And we have to borrow the spirit of Beethoven, of Schiller, of all the people who really saw mankind as heroic and not as tragic, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If we subscribe to a philosophy that life is ultimately tragic, our lives will be tragic. Beethoven was at the peak of his popularity during World War II, because we knew that this was really a battle for the goodness of mankind. And hopefully we can retrieve that spirit on Beethoven's 250th birthday and take the world into the future with optimism.
Okay, hello everybody. If you're just tuning in, my name is Jose Vega on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. What was just played was a conversation between Fred Haight and Hyperion Knight on music, specifically about Beethoven. Now what we're going to do is we're going to play the Piano Sonata number 21, the Waldstein Sonata, again, because I had just discussed it. So for those of you who stuck around for the discussion, I think you might enjoy the Waldstein just a little bit differently now. And for those of you who've just tuned in, well, enjoy. It's a great performance done by Hyperion Knight. So enjoy. Okay. Hello, everybody. If you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. This is coming off the heels of our 25-hour Beethoven live stream marathon that we did on his 250th birthday on December 16th. And we've decided to dedicate the entire year of 2021 to Beethoven. Beethoven deserves nothing less. And as I said earlier in the stream, Beethoven often remarked that if people understood my music, there'd be no more wars. And I could not disagree with that. It's just true. And so, like my earlier plea, I recommend that everybody send what you're listening now to your friends, any world leaders you might know, any diplomats you might know, anybody that you know should be listening in, because this year will be the year of Beethoven, and we're starting to build that process today, now, with you. Every day should be a celebration of Ludwig van Beethoven. With that being said, what you just heard was the Waldstein Sonata, which I realized we forgot to put the text up for as to what opus number that was. That was opus 53, Piano Sonata number 21 in C major. Now what we're going to do is we are going to transition back to strings. We are going to play you first an interview with an artist. Her name is Elizaveta Fediukova, and then she's going to play for you Violin Sonata number 10. So please enjoy.
С днем рождения, Beethoven. Alles Gute zum Geburtstag, Beethoven.
Lisa, thank you for joining us. Tell us a little bit about yourself. I know that you were born in Russia and then you moved to Germany when you were 11, is it?
No. Yes, I was born in Russia, really. And I came to Germany to study here at the age of 16. So when I entered school in my country, then I came here to get a high education.
I see. Can you tell us a little bit about your childhood? You, I know that you started playing the violin at the age of 3. What was the impetus? Do you remember when you started?
Well, of course, not I remember, but my parents, what they told me. Well, I have older sister, and she actually was like, she motivated me to start to play violin because she chose violin as her instrument. Also at the age, she was child, like 6 or 7 years old. And when I was born, I just saw how she practiced, and it was something charming for me. Really, at the age of 3, I told, I said to my parents that, Mom, Dad, I really want to try. So at that time, really, it was something very unusual that such a little kid asks parents just to play violin. But we decided just for fun to start something new with music, like a game or something like that. But now you see what's happened. Like,
so did you always play classical music?
Yes, always. So first instrument was violin. Then 1 year later, I started to sing, then to play piano. Then I had harmony and all that stuff, like really professional level. And only classical always. It was my dream, and that's what I like.
I had no idea. So not only do you play the violin, you also sing and you played the piano.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, multi-talented. Whose music influenced you the most as a child? What stuck with you as a little girl?
A little girl, actually, I don't know. I just liked what happened to me. Everything was very interesting, and even my teacher, my first teacher was very young woman, I would say, because she only ended her school, and it was like experimental thing to practice with me. And even how she played, how my sister played, it was inspiration for me as well. Of course, when I started just really to study music as my profession, very officially, so to say, and I learned some really great musicians like David Oistrakh, Heifetz, and so on. I took from each one something special for me, just to build myself as a person in music world. So everyone, I would say, just music generally, what is it, is inspiration for me.
And what composer or composers were your greatest influence as a child?
Well, as a child, maybe not something serious. Tchaikovsky, maybe I would say, because it's very beautiful, you know, and yeah, such style. I cannot say only one composer because it's very different thing. But I'm more a deep person, even when I was a child.
And as you grew up, which composers influenced you the most? Because not only did you play the violin, you also sang and you played the piano.
Yes, well, piano it's not so high level as violin, just for myself, so to say. But for composer, I adore Shostakovich very much, and Beethoven, of course, too. So this direction, I would say. So like all musicians are shared between Mozart and Beethoven. So I'm more in Beethoven direction.
And when was the first time you heard Beethoven?
Wow, good question. Well, I heard Beethoven quite young. So I was a little girl, of course, but I could not understand how great is it, of course. So when I started to practice with Beethoven, I was already quite, so it happened in Germany first. So I was not so little already. And of course, I was so astounded how great is it, how genius he wrote it.
Which of his compositions is your favorite? I mean, he
Concerto,
wrote
violin
many, I know
concerto.
that. Yeah. Oh, I see, the violin concerto. It is beautiful. Yes, absolutely. And have you played it? Have you practiced it? The violin concerto?
Of course, yes. 3 movements. It's great job.
You played for us the violin sonata number 10 in G major, the Opus 96. What is it about this piece that moves you?
Well, first I should say that this last sonata is really special because Beethoven composed it after really many years. So it was a big pause after 9 sonata and this 10. So like everyone thought that he would never write again some sonata, but suddenly this 10th, it was already really like his late work. And I guess that he put really deep meaning in this sonata. That's why, remember I told you that I'm more deep person. That's why it's easier for me to understand such music, to understand his personality and to bring this idea to people. So I really like it. It's very beautiful also, especially second movement. I love it, this harmony and how he wrote it.
Yes, this belongs to his late period. And do you think that the fact that you learned to sing as well as play the piano influence how you play the violin, how influence your musicianship?
Sure, it influences, especially that I can play piano, because you know how we work with music, with score. So I never use only my violin part, especially in sonatas. I use the score which pianists play, because then you see all harmony, and when you can play it on piano as well, it's of course it's easier. So you see this full picture of what's going on in the score. And when you listen to this music, so all minute details are here in your mind, and then immediately so you can react what because sometimes violinists has just only a long note, right? But pianists play really life is there in his hands, and you have to know it to understand it, and to develop this your long note somehow, just how harmony goes. And of course it helps me.
And tell me, I know that you have won many international competitions, including the David Oistrakh competition, who is one of your heroes, violin heroes. So you're very much immersed in the classical music world. How do you think, having started to play the violin at the age of 3, how do you think this lifetime of practice of classical music transformed you as an individual from the inside?
Well, like all around in the whole world, people say that classical music helps a lot to develop like intellectual side of each child, right? So even if it's not some professional level, just for you, just to learn it. And like we have many spheres of art, like painting, writing, literature, right? So many, but everything you can see, so you can visualize it. But music, you have to work hard to see this picture, to imagine what's going on, especially when it's symphony or violinist, pianist plays, right? And for that, you need really to be very clever. And that's why I think it's the highest art, what we have now. And when you just going into this profession, being a musician, you really develop not only your soul, of course, because it's music, like, yes, it's something special, but your mind, because when you don't know history, literature, you cannot perform. You have to understand what just time it was when, for example, Beethoven wrote this sonata number 10 or any piece, right? So you have to know exactly what's going on that time. And it's all inclusive, so to say. It's like you built yourself from childhood. That's why you need much time to be a real professional to play. I think so.
That's an excellent answer. Thank you. And what do you think is unique about Beethoven's music, his composition? Some people have said to me that Beethoven is unique because it takes seasoning to understand and comprehend and play his music well. And other has said that it's because he wrote the music not for his patrons who might be princes, but for people, and even in some cases for the future who he doesn't even know. What do you think is the unique thing about Beethoven?
Well, first of all, such music, what we can hear now, is he started with that. So symphony, how we have it, and it was like a big start, new step, new level of classical music. And of course, in music world, Beethoven is a god. I think so. So like for me, and what is so unique, it's like mix in one personality, that he really was faithful person. So we know it, everyone knows it, but he still lived in that world. So everything what he did was really a very like not so much high in the sky, so to say. He was here on the earth man, so to say. And that's why he was really strong with correct idea how he thought it, how he saw what the world is. And yes, how you mentioned about future, because this self-confidence what he had, and he was so really confident what he's doing, what he's writing, and he was fighting all that life, because how can something happened if it's not correct, for example, and he fighted it and he showed it with his music. And that's why I think he put his name in the history, because of this clear idea. You know, it's very important for each person to have the idea why you're here, to have a purpose. And he had it. And had it very clearly from the very childhood. When he was born, he already knew what he will be. And I find this unique in Beethoven.
Well said. Now you are actually in Germany. Where in Germany are you?
In Mainz. It is near Frankfurt am Main.
I see. Have you visited Bonn, where Beethoven was born?
Unfortunately not. It's my wish, but I always try to find some time to go there.
And so we are celebrating Beethoven's 250th birthday. What thoughts do you want to impart to the world, especially to those who are young? What would you say to them on this, what we consider to be monumental birthday of a great person?
Well, first of all, just to know Beethoven and what he was and what he was doing in this world should know everyone. It's just like a big message to all people in the world. But of course, just to say something to young musicians and just to another young people, yes, who are not musicians, it's different. Because for musicians, I would say not to be afraid to play, to try, just because, you know, sometimes I know it because I came to this idea quite late, I think. Just try to, when you see the score, try just to play music, not to see these notes, the difficulties what we have. Yes, just some technique. Just try really to follow it, to follow this idea, and then you will understand music, and especially Beethoven music, because it's really very interesting to follow his lines in the score, how he did it. It's genius, really genius. And then it will be easier to understand another composers, another music. Really, it helps a lot for usual young people, not musicians. Just not only to listen to this music, but to feel it. Because through our heart, we understand much more. It comes to us because, you know, right now there is such tendency that classical music is boring, and Beethoven is more than classical music. It's just typically fundamental what we have. And I think that this idea that classical music is boring is absolutely not right. We have to avoid it, to forget about it, because when you really come to this world and not just wait until the end of the piece, but try to analyze what's going on, then you really, I think your world, your life can change a lot. And that's what Beethoven really can do with each life in the world.
Okay. Hello, everybody. If you're just tuning in, we're tuning into the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. We're just coming off the heels now of our 24-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. What you just heard was Violin Sonata number 10, Opus 96, performed by Elizaveta Fediukova. Now we're going to play you another Schiller Institute piece in the proper tuning of A equals 432 or C equals 256. And this one is my personal favorite. This is the Choral Fantasy, Opus 80. And some people see this as a first draft to the Ninth Symphony. I mean, it is. You can hear the similarities in the Opus 80. And while I wait for my friend here to get me the translation, I will just say, I'll put up or I'll say an announcement right now. We are on Spotify. We have a podcast on Spotify called Classic Fied, where you can catch Terry Noel Tao hosting. We did a Bach Christmas Eve special, a Bach Christmas Day special, and we had a Pablo Casals special as well, celebrating the 144th birthday of Pablo Casals. So all of that is on Spotify and Apple Podcasts as well. And yeah, so look us up on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Now we're going to go to the Opus 80 Choral Fantasy. And I want to read to you the words by in the poem that it is accompanied by. So the singers at the end of the piece, they sing these words. Like a gentle caress is the lovely sound of our life's harmonies, and this receptiveness to beauty strews flowers in endless bloom. Peace and joy glide in friendship like the waves' mutual interplay. Aggression, rough and hostile, is transformed into exalted emotion. When music's magic prevails and the word's consecration speaks out, magnificent things must take shape. Night and storm are changed to light. Outward peace, inner delight hold sway for whoever is so fortunate, yet the art's vernal sun prompts light to shine from both. Great ideas, having penetrated our heart, then blossom anew, more beautiful still. Once a mind has vaulted upward, a spirit chorus always echoes in him in song. So, then, you beautiful souls, receive gladly the gifts of beautiful art. Only when love and power are wed does man deserve God's favor. And so, These are beautiful words that I will never do justice to, but maybe a whole chorus can. So here's the Schiller Institute New York City Chorus, conducted by John Segerson, performing the Beethoven Opus 80 Choral Fantasy. Take a listen. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. I am hosting. My name is Jose Vega on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. What you just heard was Beethoven's Choral Fantasy Opus 80. Only when love and power are wed is man worthy of God's favor. I don't think any more beautiful or truer words have ever been sung. And that, I think, is a little bit of what Beethoven was trying to get when he said, if people understood his music, there'd be no more wars. It is truly a moving and inspiring piece of music. And when this is over, I do ask that you go and play that back because, wow, it is something. With that being said, we're going to move right along with our program. We are going to play for you a segment of an interview that I recorded with Elizabeth Borowski. Now, she's a wonderful person, a great musician. She comes from a whole family of musicians. Her family is actually called the American Virtuosi, and I think they've definitely earned that title. So we're going to play for you now a segment of an interview that I recorded with her. So without further ado, here it is.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Borowski. I am a pianist, a composer, and a teacher who has lived life through classical music for the past 37 and some years. And happy 2021. I hope it's going to be a great and very musical year for all of us.
What was it like growing up in an all-musical family?
I grew up as the oldest of 3 children who have all pursued careers in music as professional musicians. But I was the first one. So I was the one that was setting the trend in the bar and didn't really know life any differently. My mother is a classical cellist, a professional performer, soloist, chamber musician, university instructor. And my dad has, through her, been so involved in music management and just making music a bridge for people around the world. He just sees the value in it. So they naturally raise their kids to really see music as the core to our education and to our way of being. And so I really didn't know life any differently. You know, I would wake up in the mornings as a child and hear classical music being played on it could be the LP or the cassette tapes back then, or it could be my mom practicing, warming up, and then going through some Beethoven or Chopin or something else. And then when I was 4, I started lessons, and I don't even remember life before piano. It pretty much doesn't exist for me. And then at some point, my brother picked up violin, my sister picked up cello. And so it became part of our identity as siblings as well. I think it was a shared experience to learn music, to study music, to have lessons, to perform, to travel, to see the world through this, that really made a huge imprint on who we are as people.
Great. So you've traveled the world since a very young age, and you've performed Beethoven all over the world. Now, is Beethoven truly universal? As in, can you go into any concert hall in the world and people will give you the same or different reactions to Beethoven?
That's such a great question. I would say that communication is universal, that passion is universal, that soul is universal. And there are many potential mediums for that. And that it is the role of the performer to connect with the people, with the spirits, with the souls in the audience. That the music itself can be great, but it takes a cooperation with the person or people who are communicating it. If we could remove the performer from this scientific experiment and just say the music on its own, and we would just kind of, maybe it would be audio only without the video, what would the audience experience be like? I think that I think we might be surprised to see that people who have and have not heard this music before would be equally moved by the strong emotional response that it invokes. It's such a funny mindset for me to imagine what that would be like, but I cannot imagine it not having the power to move someone, even in the most sterile of circumstances. That said, thinking about my performances as a pianist, as a chamber musician, the works that have been strongest identified with me with Beethoven have been his triple concerto and his cello sonatas. Those are the ones that maybe it's because of my love of collaborative piano, of chamber music, of again creating a community through music, of exploring emotions and storytelling through music. These works in particular are ones that have resonated with me as a person, as a human being, as a pianist, as a soloist, as a collaborative pianist as well. And I can say that my emotional response when I'm playing them sometimes takes me by surprise. I remember a recital not too long ago that I was playing Beethoven A Major Sonata followed by Shostakovich's Cello Sonata. And for me, it was the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. I was forming tears of joy by playing the Beethoven and tears of sadness and utter loneliness playing the Shostakovich. And it reminded me as a performer how powerful music without words and without any particular story can be. Those are some of the thoughts that come to mind for me. It's something that I might be spending some time thinking about this coming year, Jose. Great question. To me, the personal aspect is huge. As a performer, I go, why me? What is my role as a musician? If it is just to recreate notes that are on a page, well, then why don't we just have a computer doing it? But if it is me as a person trying to invoke a response to show someone that I care so deeply about this music, but I believe that there's the reason for you to care deeply about it as well, then to me that it gives it meaning. And I guess that is really the essence of it for me as a performer, that I have to care about it, for my performance to care about it, for my audience to care about it. And that is the uniting force, and finding something that is universal enough that despite differences of age, of culture, of interests, of styles, of whatever, that we can all go, yeah, there's something about that is just great, that is profound, that is powerful. It's hard for any of us in this day and age to agree on anything. We've seen this in our country this entire past year, but there are things that stand the test of time around the world, and there's a lot to be said for that. There, that's your answer.
Okay, no, that was good. I mean, what you said before and what you said now is good. That's great. Because my follow-up was going to be then, did you pick? How does the piano, in your decision to really focus on the piano, help you convey and get at that spiritual aspect and that resonance that people have?
I consider myself very fortunate to be a pianist, but sometimes occasionally handicapped. The fortune stems from the fact that I am a conductor and I am an orchestra all in one. That my part often stands alone on its own, and I take full responsibility for what I'm going to share with the people I'm collaborating with or not, and with the audience. The unfortunate element is that the human voice, to me, is the most amazing, expressive personal instrument, followed closely to me, perhaps based on my upbringing as the part of a family dominated by strings, by string players. That the violin and the cello have this ability to create sounds between the notes that we can't do on the piano because we have these black and white buttons that we press. And there have been times on stage that I go, wow, they're paying me to press these buttons. What is it about this? And you realize, no, it is far more than just tones or mechanisms or machinery. It is something that we have to think beyond the technical to something that is almost inexplicable and magical and mysterious about the way that we create it, but it comes from far deeper within. I am fortunate to experience both in the end as someone who gets to enjoy the multitude of masterpieces that have been created specifically for this instrument or this instrument and others, and someone who has been able to work with many wonderful musicians who can inspire me as a person, as a musician, and finally as a pianist.
Hello there. Hi. If you're just tuning in, this is the Beethoven 12-hour marathon. What you just heard was a short interview I did with Elizabeth Borowski. Her words are very insightful, and there is more. There might be more. Play it a little bit later. Now we're going to go to a performance of her playing with her siblings, the Opus 1, number 3. This is the Beethoven Piano Trio, number 1, I believe. Yes, Opus 1, number 3. Beethoven Piano Trio number 1. And she is joined by her siblings Francis and Emmanuel Borowski. So enjoy. Okay, hello. Excuse me. I'm just here. Thank you. Yes, sorry. It's a two-man team we run here at the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture on our tech side of things. If you're just tuning in, my name is Jose Vega, and this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. What you just heard was the piano trio in C minor, Opus 1, number 3. That was performed by Elizabeth, Francis, and Emmanuel Borowski, 3/5 of the American Virtuosi Group. Now we're going to transition to Leah DeGrucci reading a statement that the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture put out on the passing of Kobe Bryant. We are now coming up on the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's death. I believe he died January 26th. And so we play this segment partly as a rebroadcast of our 25-hour Beethoven live stream marathon, but also because, well, as the statement suggests, as Leah will read, I think you'll get the point. Without further ado, here is Leah DeGrucci reading the statement on Kobe Bryant's passing.
My name is Leah DeGrucci, and you are listening to the 24-hour International Beethoven Celebration sponsored by the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. We have a recording of Kobe Bryant playing the Moonlight Sonata, which we will play in just a moment. On the passing of Kobe Bryant, the Foundation put out a statement titled, Kobe Bryant and Beethoven. The world says thank you to both. And the contents of this statement are: the philosopher Gottfried Leibniz believed that from every tragedy, misfortune, or evil, there came a greater good. Whether or not we might agree, in this year of Beethoven's 250th birthday, the triumph over adversity, which is Beethoven's trademark, should be the standpoint from which to view and respond to the shocking misfortune of the death of Kobe Bryant, his daughter Gianna, and 7 others, now discussed worldwide. Many have been startled to learn, in the aftermath of the tragic death of basketball legend Kobe Bryant, of his love for composer Ludwig van Beethoven. Bryant had even learned to play the piano and perform portions of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. A New York Times article entitled "Bond Over Beethoven Led to Kobe Bryant's Oscar for Dear Basketball," a documentary based on a poem Bryant wrote, recounted the relationship between animator Glenn Keane, who illustrated the documentary, and Bryant. Dear Basketball illustrated the poem Bryant wrote in 2015 as a farewell to the sport he loved. It served as his announcement that the 2015-2016 season would be his last. In the poem, recognizing that his body can no longer bear the game's demands, he accepts the inevitability of retirement. The two men bonded through a shared love of Beethoven. Keane, who had animated Beast in Disney's Beauty and the Beast, to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, was amazed to learn that in one championship game, Kobe structured his performance and the strategy of the game to the rhythms of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Bryant explained in the 2017 interview, "Every game has a structure. Just like a piece of music has structure and momentum. You have to be conscious of how that momentum is building to be able to shift or alter it." A separate commentary added, elsewhere in his Showtime special, Bryant talks about the struggle he went through late in his career after a number of bad injuries, where he was fighting his body's limitations to put it together for one last run at a title and one last bit of greatness. He said he thought a lot about Beethoven, who he said probably wasn't supposed to write a Ninth Symphony while legally deaf, but he did it anyway. And Bryant found that comforting in if he can push himself to battle his body and do that, I can overcome my body to do this kind of way. Kobe actually put out a basketball shoe in his line that was inspired by Beethoven's Ninth. A meme appeared yesterday on Twitter with a picture of the Bryant shoe and the words, Be like Kobe and Beethoven. Walk the walk. Perhaps the second movement of Beethoven's Third Symphony, the Eroica, were one way for all of those that cared about Bryant and what he stood for to reflect upon his passing. The Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture joins those around the world that believe, as Bryant believed, in the power of music, particularly the power of Beethoven, to cause people to rise above themselves, including in what seems the most unbearable of tragedies, and to emerge victorious, even as they rise above their mortality into immortality.
1, 2, 3. Hello, everybody. If you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon hosted by me, Jose Vega, on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. What you just heard was a statement read by Leah DeGrucci put out by the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture on the passing of Kobe Bryant, and you heard Kobe Bryant playing the Moonlight Sonata. It's a beautiful idea. A basketball player who people wouldn't think as a classical musician, and yet he related to Beethoven in a way that wasn't related to music per se, but overcoming what seemed to be an insurmountable challenge. And I'll just lend this to you as well. You can find this, and actually, you know what? I'll read it after the next interview. Helen Keller wrote a letter to, I forget what orchestra she was writing it to, but she said she heard Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, even though she was blind and deaf. And it is a very poignant letter, and it kind of makes you question, well, how did she do it? So, maybe something to look into after this interview with Glenn Keane. Now, we're showing you an extended version of the interview that we filmed with legendary Disney animator Glenn Keane. You may know him from his works from The Little Mermaid, The Beauty and the Beast, and other Disney products that he worked on as the lead animator and sometimes director. And you can catch his latest project on Netflix, Over the Moon. And I was really excited and overjoyed to have the opportunity to interview Glenn Keane. And Glenn Keane, of course, worked with Kobe Bryant to make the documentary Dear Basketball. And he talks about how they both bonded over Beethoven. So I think it's very appropriate and fitting that you take a listen to my extended interview with Glenn Keane, where I actually get to be seen for once. So here we go. I'm really excited to have this opportunity to speak with you. I got involved with the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. I must have been probably 13 or 14, I think. It was when I first had come back to New York City. I was born in the Bronx, and I lived there until I was 5. My parents decided to move out to New Jersey. Then I came back when I was 12, 13 years old. And that first year, I got involved with the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. And as somebody growing up in the South Bronx, I really didn't know what kind of what that means, classical culture, and how does that affect my life. You know, I thought it was nice music, I guess, that could put me to sleep. But actually, what I learned is that not just Beethoven, I mean, the Beethoven does this the best, is that there's something uplifting about the music that Beethoven wrote. And it speaks to the soul that every human being possesses. And it shows the most beautiful aspect of the soul, that everybody is able to comprehend the beauty of the music. And because they're able to comprehend the beauty of the music, and the reason they can comprehend that beauty of the music is because that beauty exists in their soul. And so because they have that in their soul, they're able to resonate with something as beautiful as a Beethoven composition, such as his 9th, or even his 3rd, which is actually my personal favorite, the Eroica Symphony. And so learning that people who aren't in the classical music world draw inspiration from Beethoven, not even just as somebody from his, not even from his music, but Beethoven as a character. Because to say Beethoven was a revolutionary is a complete understatement. It isn't even what Beethoven did when he was alive that made him so revolutionary. It's how people use Beethoven to this day, and how people will continue to use Beethoven in the future, that makes him revolutionary and such an inspiration. And that's why I've stuck around for these 8 years. I'm 22 now. I started when I was 14. And my mission is to make sure that every person on the planet knows how deep the inspiration that I, not only that I have for Beethoven, but that everybody knows that they can resonate with Beethoven's music, because they have that within their soul to do so, and to understand why Beethoven was such a revolutionary. So I'm sorry I talk a lot, but that's how I got involved, and that's why I got involved. So
Jose, I wish that I could speak like you when I was 22.
Oh,
I mean, to have that sense of truth and beauty just flowing out of you like that it's really, really touching.
Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. It's and it's something I like to pass on to others too, because we do a lot of outreach to youth, and it's kind of weird for me saying that because I'm technically also youth, but I mean people in their early teens and teens. We teach them how to sing bel canto, and the easiest way for anybody, I mean, bel canto technically is like the Italian style of operatic singing. But what it actually is you take something simple like a song called Dona Nobis Pacem, which is just Latin for grant unto us peace. Now, why is singing Dona Nobis Pacem more powerful than just saying grant us peace? And when would you need to sing grant us peace? So when you can instill that into somebody who's coming into this world, becoming aware of the problems of the world, you don't, bombard them with all the problems of the world. You give them the hope that they know how to solve the problems of the world, because that same beauty that's in their soul can resonate out into the physical world, into real pragmatic solutions that can help everybody.
Awesome. That's so well said.
Thank you. But that's enough about me. We're here to talk about you. So you said before you were just talking about Beethoven and the Ninth Symphony.
Yeah.
Could you tell me a little bit more about that? Were you aware that this was the 250th birthday of Beethoven?
No, I was not. No, it was not until Suzanne sent us the email. And I mean, for me, well, let me just back up a little bit. you're talking about classical culture, and classical culture is not just with, of course, music. It's also with art and a sense of really embracing the purpose for why we're here as an artist. And I mean, when I was a little kid, about 8 years old, my dad, who did a comic strip called The Family Circus, said, "Glenn, I'm a cartoonist. You're an artist." And it was like being knighted. It was the most wonderful words I ever imagined. And he gave me a book called Dynamic Anatomy to start to study the figure and to really study classical drawing. And I remember getting on the school bus and had the sketchbook of figures, and my friends gathered around, and they looked at the drawings, and they all started laughing and saying, "Ha ha, Keen's drawing naked guys." And you know, at that age, you know, when you're 8 years old and your friends are laughing at you because of what you're doing, you don't do that anymore. And that was like a fork in the road. But because my dad had said, "Glenn, you're an artist," and I loved him, and I shadowed him everywhere, and you know, as we went to art store and everything, he had defined, like, in a sense, that soul that you're talking about. Like, that's who I was. And instead of feeling like, "Oh, I'm not going to do that anymore," I looked at my friends and thought, "Wow, they don't get it. I do. I love the fact that I love figurative drawing and classical and being an artist," and that has followed me all the way through to the point when I was at Disney. It wasn't about animation. It was about, I always saw myself as an artist first who was choosing to animate, and whatever character I did, I was working on. I approached it very much from well, like if Michelangelo was alive or Rodin was alive, they would want to animate. But what would they do with this art form? And so, I mean, at one point on Beauty and the Beast, I was animating Beast's transformation, and I had just gone to the Norton Simon Museum and looked at the way he did the Burghers of Calais and the sculpture and the back muscles, and I realized I've got to animate the Beast turning in space, and it'll be about his back and seeing this transformation from the inside coming out, and I started to animate that, and it just seemed I can only do half of it. I needed the music to describe that transformation, that lifting and beautiful light coming out of him. And I had probably about 10 years before become kind of addicted to Beethoven's Nine. So I started to just listen to his music, especially in the fourth movement towards the end, as it sounds like the angels are singing as the heavens are opening and you fall before God, and you know, it's just incredibly beautiful music. And so that's what I animated it to. And I showed it to the directors with Beethoven's Nine playing, and it was so wonderful. I mean, I feel like, well, it never got better than Beethoven's music playing. We ended up scoring it differently, but that's what's in my head. And years later, 2017, I got a call from Kobe Bryant. And he had been visiting various different studios, and Jenny Rim, my producer, and I were there, my son Max, and we'd been doing some work. I left Disney now, and we were in this tiny little house we were renting in West Hollywood for our studio. little Spanish style house. And Kobe was going to come and visit. Now, he had just visited Pixar and Disney and DreamWorks and looking for somebody to do some animation for him. I didn't know it at the time, but that's what he wanted to do after his basketball career was moved towards animation. So we're waiting for Kobe, and this big, SUV drives up, and Kobe hops out with Vanessa and Gianna and Natalia, and they came walking up, and Kobe gives me a big hug. And I mean, I just couldn't believe that this was actually happening. And we walked into our little studio, and I'm thinking, oh man, he has just visited the temples of animation in the world, Disney, and they've really rolled out the red carpet, and and I thought he's going to be very disappointed. Our little house, we used the living room, tiny little living room, for our story room, and there was little story sketches on the wall. And so Kobe walks in, and he stopped. He's really quiet. He's looking around, and I'm thinking, oh, I know he's thinking, what am I doing here? And as he's looking around, he said, it's perfect. I said, what do you mean, perfect? He said, it's perfect. This little drawings on the wall, and it's real. And I realized, for him, basketball was about the focus, the discipline. It was an art for him. And he saw on the walls, there was nothing extra. Our little studio was real. And so we all went to the back, and we sat down, and I told Kobe, look, you got the worst basketball player on earth, to animate you. And he said, well, that's okay, because everything you learn about basketball is going to will be through studying him. And actually, that little conversation happened later, because this beginning conversation was really just about, do we connect? And how do we bond together as a basketball player and an animator? And so I was doing drawings. I think I was doing a drawing of the Beast for Kobe, or for his family, and as I was drawing the Beast, I was talking about animating him to Beethoven's Ninth. And Kobe said, what? Say that again. I said, well, yeah, I was animating, thinking very much of Beethoven's Ninth, which has always moved me to try to animate beyond what I really could imagine. His music lifts you to another level. And he says, I know. I played, and I'm thinking, I can't
Moonlight
remember.
Sonata,
exactly.
right? Was it the Moonlight Sonata on the piano?
No, it was Beethoven's Fifth in one of the championship games. And I can't remember exactly which one it was. It was possibly against the Nuggets, but it was incredible listening to him talk about how the structure of the Fifth Symphony, he had been structuring the pace of his game to that. Dun, 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 where you hit hard and there's power, but then you come into the dun, 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 and there's a rhythm and a building to it. You don't go all the way at the beginning. You save it for the end. And that he said that it was playing in his head throughout that game, and that he had structured it and planned it that way. He said, so what's Beethoven to you? I mean, how does it work for you? And I said, well, in listening to the Ninth Symphony, I'm just amazed at how Beethoven describes the course of life. The first movement, it feels like there is an inevitability of driving towards something incredible. He saves the fourth movement, to bring this theme of joy. But in the beginning, it feels like there's this driving forward, and then it's as if a wave in opposition pushes against it, and it goes back, and then it keeps working again, and it builds up again, and another wave pushes it. And it's so true about life. And as I was describing this to Kobe, I said, this is life, that you have to believe at the end there is this victory, and no matter what happens, that you will never give up. And I mean, Kobe's eyes are just alive with fire. His nostrils are flaring. He's like, yes. And I think both the two of us, we really connected over Beethoven at that moment. And then I think he felt very comfortable with us doing the animation for Dear Basketball.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jose Vega, and if you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. What you just heard was an extended interview between Glenn Keane, legendary Disney animator, and I. It really was, and there's way more to that interview that for time restrictions and time's sake, I can't show you today, but we went on for another half hour or 45 minutes just on art, and it truly is remarkable talking to a real artist, somebody who really does understand the purpose of what art should be about. And I'm glad I got to share that with all of you, and I'm glad I got to be the one asking him questions. Now we're going to keep going with this theme of the Moonlight Sonata with Tally Roth. Tally Roth is a guitarist. She is amazing. When we would do in-person concerts, she would open up our Bach to the Future concert series that we used to do down in the West Village. She would always open the seasons. And at first it was just coincidence, and then after we saw the pattern, we just had to have her open every single time. So without further ado, this is Tally Roth playing the Moonlight Sonata with an interview. So enjoy.
Miss Tally Roth is one of the world's leading and most charismatic guitarists. Classical Guitar magazine calls her an extraordinary solo and chamber musician, and the New York Times calls her a marvelous classical guitarist. She is also the head of Juilliard's pre-college guitar department. Ms. Roth, thank you so much for participating with us in the Beethoven 250th anniversary celebration. We have some questions for you. How did you begin to play the guitar?
So it's a real cliche story. I started with piano at the age of 8, and at age 8.5 I got a record of passed away late guitarist Julian Brim, playing Mendelssohn's Songs Without Words, arranged for guitar, and some Tarraga Mazurkas, beautiful guitar classics, and I just fell in love. There's no other words. There was no guitar teacher in my little hometown, in my native Israel, and my parents had to find me a guitar teacher. My mom had to take me after work. And
how old were you at the time?
I was 8.5.
So that means you found classical music at the same time you found the classical guitar?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Wow, wonderful. And what attracted you to guitar as an instrument over all other instruments?
I think just love. I just loved the way it sounded. I loved the way it felt. I loved the way my fingers caressed the strings, and I could actually feel the strings through the nails. And I loved the repertoire. So
then what makes a good composer of guitar music, of classical guitar, for example?
Classical guitar. So classical guitar is actually very varied. So we entitle everything under this umbrella. It could be even arrangement of folk songs. It could be real classical music, such as Giuliani that wrote for the guitar sore original 19th century guitar music. We have a lot of modern guitar music. I think what makes a good guitar composer is if the instruments does a great service to his music. So it has to have great music, and it has to sound great through the instrument.
So then, who's the greatest guitarist or greatest guitar music influence on you?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So of course, Julian Bream and Andres Segovia was my biggest influence at the time. They actually made me want to become a guitarist, and I listened to their music. I even remember we had the siesta in the Mediterranean in Israel, and between 2 and 4 we couldn't really open the stereo, and I used to put it on volume 2 and just put my ear against the speakers. I was so in love, I couldn't stop listening. So those were I guess my greatest influences as a child, as a teenager, and then some of my teachers later on. My wonderful teachers, Hubert Keppel in Germany, and of course my great teacher here, Sharon Espen, Oscar Gillia, took a lot of master classes with, and many others.
Well, you just mentioned Julian Bream, who just passed away. Do you have any comments on Mr. Bream's influence or the progress that has been made since his time?
We need a whole other interview just for that. But in short, he really was the greatest, one of the greatest masters of this century for the guitar. He arranged fantastic arrangements for the guitar. He also played a lot of originals and the most profound, original, lyrical, and just enchanting way. So he was a great inspiration for many guitarists, but also many musicians.
Well, we've heard you play a lot of also Spanish classical guitar music, a lot of Piazzolla and others. Can you comment on the classical music influence on Spanish guitar?
That's a great question, and not many people actually ask that question. And I actually think in order to play any music, you need classical music background, because it's all entangled. And someone that sits in one country is not immune to classical music influence, even though he writes in a folk style. For example, Isaac Albanese, that I play a lot of, he heard all the great classical musicians at the time, and then he transcended that into his own style. And of course, he eliminated the Spanish influence, the canto jundo, but more than anything, you can hear Bach in his music, you can hear Debussy in his music. So absolutely, I think all the great musicians, doesn't matter what style they write, and all, especially classical musicians that were in different countries, they were affected by classical music a lot.
Well, that gives our follow-up question, which is that Beethoven wrote quite a bit of music for the mandolin, but it's different from the guitar. Does Beethoven's music translates or transcribes into guitar?
Yes, absolutely. And I think, of course, Beethoven is one of the greatest composers of all time. Sounds fantastic on guitar if we can absolutely play it. The biggest challenge for composers at that time is to think about the guitar as a solo instrument, because at the time it wasn't as projective. It didn't have the color variations. It didn't sound as good. So they were writing for piano. The mandolin was also louder. Mandolin also has the range of violin, so it was easier for a lot of composers to write for it. Also, it sounded louder at the time. But if we can absolutely bring out the greatness of the music of Beethoven on guitar, we will play it. And I'm humbly aiming to do that.
So there brings me the question of your choice of the Moonlight Sonata as a performance piece for the guitar. Please tell me something about what makes it one of the most suitable pieces to transcribe to.
So there's a lot of components that make something sound great on the guitar. One is, of course, if we can actually find a good key for it, because the guitar transposes not so good in some keys. So if we can find a good key that can play it on the guitar, that would be the first. And then if we can bring out the lyricism, which is probably the most important element of that music here, that you can actually have the melody with all those complex arpeggios and harmonic structure. So if you can actually bring out the melody on the guitar, we will play it. In fact, I am to play anything that I think sounds good on the guitar. So just, we have to work harder, that's all.
Well, what would you say to all the young people out there who, many of whom love guitar as an instrument because they hear often in other genres of music? What would you say to them in terms of learning the guitar as an instrument and classical guitar in particular, and classical composers such as Beethoven and others who you would never really quite think of as composers for classical music?
I have actually quite a few students that started with rock and came to the classical. I just say, if you love it, don't be afraid. Just there. If it doesn't, if someone prefers a certain genre of music, I think that's absolutely fine. I think that's great. But if they love the classical guitar, don't be afraid that you can't do it. You can do it. You can do whatever you want to do.
Now, classical guitar is significantly harder to learn to play than, say, other genres.
Yes, it demands a lot more technical skill. Both hands are working, all the fingers are working, a lot more concentration. It's not immediately rewarding, so you have to invest much more time into it. But I say love is the biggest tool of all. It's the biggest force that we have. If you love it, just do it.
That's great. So then what do you find to be the most important part of teaching music, and classical music in particular?
It's a great question, but it's a big question also, because it depends what you want it for. If you're an amateur and you want it for fun, that's one thing. If you want to give yourself a chance to be a professional, because I tell my students, nothing is guaranteed. No one is teaching you to be a professional. We just help you. We give you tools. So if you want a chance in becoming a professional, you have to work extremely hard. But what my philosophy is about teaching is, whatever you do, just invest yourself with as much as you can in the moment, because that's what's really going to make you happy. Even if you are not thinking about becoming a professional, invest as much time as you can, as much passion as you can, because eventually you are alone at home, practicing after work or after all kind of other activities, and you just want to be happy. So it's the same philosophy for everyone. You have to invest as much as you can if you want to feel good about yourself.
That's a great answer. This year is Beethoven's 250th birth year. And we are obviously here talking to you because we are organizing this 24-hour International Beethoven celebration. Can you just say something about what you think of Beethoven and what you think of this celebration, and how it affects you as, for example, as a Israeli, as a internationally famous guitarist, as a musician?
I think it's fantastic what you guys are doing. I think it's admirable, especially in this COVID time situation. Everything is so much harder to do, produce, and it's very important for the world to have that kind of recognition, especially these days. I feel like really music and art are even more important right now, and celebrating this incredible composer in such a way can give a lot to people, can give hope, inspiration, can give strength, and I can only think about the amazing things to say about it. So thank you for doing this.
Hello, everybody. If you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. I'm your host, Jose Vega, on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. What you just heard was an interview with Tally Roth and her performance of the first movement of Piano Sonata 14, the Moonlight Sonata, arranged for guitar. I think she did her own arrangement on that, and for that, we thank you, Ms. Tally Roth. Again, Ms. Tally Roth is an incredible guitarist and an incredible musician, and please check her out. Now, I'm going to transition a bit here in a similar theme here. As in the beginning of the statement that we put out, we said that the philosopher got in the beginning of the statement in which that we put out, that the Foundation put out after Kobe Bryant had passed away. We said in the beginning that the philosopher Gottfried Leibniz believed that from every tragedy, misfortune, or evil, there came a greater good. You know, it's the year 1827, and you're 18 years old, and your name is Felix Mendelssohn. What do you do when somebody who has inspired you since your youth passes away? And I mean, this goes beyond just mere inspiration. Mendelssohn, as a child, could play the late quartets by Beethoven on the piano, and he'd play them for everybody, for his sister and for his father. And I've heard that his father didn't even get the late quartets by Beethoven. I mean, contemporarily, a lot of people didn't get what Beethoven was doing. And today they're regarded as some of the greatest string quartets ever written. And I think Beethoven even remarked once, said that, you know, this music ain't for you, it's for the future. So Mendelssohn, who is 18 years old in 1827, he has already composed a few masterpieces already, and he adores Beethoven. He gets the news that Beethoven has passed away. So what do you do as an 18-year-old? Now, Beethoven and Felix Mendelssohn never met once. I believe Felix was in Berlin and Beethoven was in Vienna. So Beethoven may not have even known the effect he was having on young Felix here. Now, here is what Felix Mendelssohn's first inclination was to do upon hearing Beethoven's death. He wrote poems and set them to song, known as Lieder. When you set a poem to song, it's known as Lieder. So before I explain it to you, I want to play you Michel Aron performing Opus 9, number 1, Frage, which is German for question or to ask. It's a beautiful lieder, and I really thank her for recording it. So we're going to play Michel Aron now performing this.
Es ist wahr, es ist wahr, dass du stehst dort in dem Laubgang, in der Weinwand meiner Herz, und den Mondschein und die Sternlein auch nach mir befragst. Es ist wahr, sprich, was ich fühle, das begreift nur, der es mitfühlt und die treu mir ewig, ewig bleibt.
So that was Mendelssohn's lieder known as Frage, to ask or question. And you know, the words were there they were subtitled, but I'll read them to you again. Is it true that over there in the leafy walkway you always wait for me by the vine-draped wall, and that with the moonlight and the little stars you consult about me also? Is it true? Speak. What I feel only one other grasps, who feels with me and stays ever faithful to me, eternally faithful. It's a very beautiful, moving poem, and it's even more moving when you listen to the song. Now, Frage is actually a reference to Beethoven's Opus 135, that is string quartet number 16. And I believe in the fourth movement, Beethoven writes in the sheet music. This is not to be played, but it's just there. It's Es muss sein. Es muss sein. It must be. And then he also writes, is it so? It must be. And Mendelssohn does something similar. He takes the theme that he put in this lieder, which is also a reference to Beethoven's Opus 135. I'd love to play for you Opus 135, but because of copyright issues, I cannot. However, you're going to have to take my word on this that, well, you'll see. What I can play for you is Mendelssohn's Opus 13, number 2. It's a string quartet that he wrote also in 1827. And you're going to hear something familiar. You're going to hear the lieder again, the melody, but this time you're not going to hear any words, but you will get the idea. And I think that'll help you understand what Mendelssohn understood about Beethoven and about the power of music with no words. So here's the example, the first minute of the first movement of the Opus 13, number 2. So, because of copyright issues, I can't play you the entire piece of that beautiful, beautiful string quartet. And I had this whole thing planned out, and then it was shot down because YouTube doesn't like it when we play stuff that we don't have permission to play, even though it's for educational purposes. And I'm not in the mood to get a whole stream shut down over something like that. But it's this love of a mentor or a master that gets passed down to a student. But I think what's really remarkable here is that they never had a direct connection, but they both understood something about classical music, about true art, and about true love. So what we're going to do is we're going to play for you again Michel Aaron's performance of the Frage, with this in mind, this idea of real divine love that can exist between a master and a student. And what unifies them is not the bond that they created when they met, because they never did meet. They never did formulate a bond, but rather a shared bond and love of true divine art. And Beethoven as a master, and Mendelssohn as somebody who was inspired by that mastery of Beethoven. So here's Michel Aaron again performing the Frage.
Es ist wahr, es ist wahr, dass du stehst dort in dem Blaugang, in der Feinwand meiner Herz, und den Mondschein und die Sterne mir ewig, treu mir ewig, ewig bleibt.
And I'd like to thank Michelle Aaron for recording that on very short notice. She did a wonderful job, and it is a very, very moving performance of that leader, which is really about Beethoven, as I said. So if you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon hosted by me, Jose Vega, on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. Now, we're going to transition back to Beethoven, but we're going to keep this theme of master-student, teacher-student. And we have this wonderful performance submitted to us by Michael Eisenberg with his student, whose name escapes me at the moment. But Michael Eisenberg is at the piano, and his student is playing the violin, and they are both playing the Spring Sonata. I believe this is violin sonata number 5. Don't ask me the opus number just yet. I promise you it'll be on the screen. I don't know the opus number, but we will. And you can just hear that she has been she's been mentored by Michael Eisenberg, and so the teacher is on the piano supporting the student. And I think that's a wonderful way to continue our program. So this is the Spring Sonata performed by Michael Eisenberg and his student. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Jose Vega, and you are watching the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. We did find her name. Her name, the violinist, is Adelia Nartadyeva. Sorry, what's the name of the person who assists you? What's the name? Yeah, Michael Eisenberg. What is he doing? He is accompanying her. How did I forget what the word accompany is? Yeah, so Michael Eisenberg is accompanying Adelia Nartadyeva. That was the Spring Sonata. That was Violin Sonata number 5. It's a very, very fun sonata. Nice, light, lovely. It's perfect. I love it. It's great, and it's going to be stuck in my head all day now. Now, we're going to get into something real heavy here. We're going to go right into the Beethoven Violin Concerto, the one and only violin concerto conducted by Maestro Zhang Jingyi. And I believe this is I forget the name of the orchestra. I think it's not the Chinese National Orchestra. We'll have to put that up in the subtitle. In any event, this is the Beethoven Violin Concerto conducted by Maestro Zhang Jingyi, and we'll put up the name of the performers just as we play. So, enjoy. Hello, everybody. If you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon hosted by me, Jose Vega, on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. What you just heard was Beethoven's one and only violin concerto. It was conducted by Maestro Zhang Jin Yi and performed by the Shanxi Orchestra. I can't give you the name of the violinist because I just don't know it. And I feel really bad about that. I had the names and the list of all the performers at one point, and I've lost it. So I feel terrible about that. But excuse me, I'm sorry. We're going to move right along here. But before I do that, the foundation is on Spotify. Look us up, Classic Fied on Spotify. The time right now is 7:20 p.m. here. Good morning, people in Beijing. Ni hao. That's the only word I know. To my German friends and my Russian friends, you're all probably asleep now. So I think, what's the word? I think it's dobre utra or dobre die. I think, no, dobre utra, I think, is good night in Russian, and gute Nacht in German. In any event, though, we're going to move things along here. We are going to play for you an interview that we did, or that was submitted to us by Cecilia Borowski. She is 1/5 of the American virtuosi, the mother of Elizabeth Borowski. And then we're going to go right into a performance of Beethoven's Cello Sonata No. 3, Opus 69, one of my favorite cello sonatas. So stick around for that.
In my 50 years of being a concert artist, and nearly as many as being an educator, I had many encounters with Beethoven's music, which made me reflect on the uniqueness of his music. My first encounters came, of course, through listening to recordings and realizing that his music is very different from music of other composers and can be difficult to understand because it is very abstract. My teachers probably felt the same way because the first time I was assigned a work by Beethoven was when I was a student in a master's program at the Chopin Academy of Music in Warsaw. In 1973, I was selected to participate in the International Pablo Casals competition in Budapest. The mandatory piece in the second round was Sonata No. 4 in C major by Beethoven. I was very fortunate to be coached by my teacher and also to have a coaching throughout the summer with a Russian teacher. This way I got two perspectives on the piece. And I also had my very own pianist sponsored by the Polish Ministry of Culture who worked with me and traveled with me to the competition. This allowed me to really get to know all the details of the cello and piano dialogue in this composition and make a successful, convincing presentation. It was only much later that I studied his first and fifth sonata. The first two I performed after I mastered all other major sonatas in the cello repertory. My story demonstrates that in the very sophisticated musical environment in which I grew up in Poland and where I was educated, Beethoven was so highly revered that his music was typically only performed by very mature musicians. Performing Beethoven was truly the pinnacle which not everybody could reach. As every music teacher knows, there is a certain hierarchy of musical compositions, and we usually don't let students skip steps because it does not lead to anything good. And so, in selecting repertory for my students, I consider my students' technical prowess, maturity, sensitivity to harmony, ability to read piano scores, and ability to grasp the architectural scope of a composition before assigning works of such caliber as Beethoven's sonatas. If you look into programs of internationally recognized prodigies, you may notice that they shine in technically advanced compositions, such as the concerto by Mendelssohn for violinists, or for cellist Saint-Saëns concerto, or even the Dvorak concerto. Young cellists would never tackle any of the Beethoven sonatas. It is because you need an intellectual and emotional maturity to understand this music. Each of Beethoven's 5 cello sonatas exhibit very different structures and characteristics. For this reason, we usually speak of the 2 early sonatas of Opus 5, number 1 in F major and number 2 in G minor, about the middle period sonata, Opus 69, number 3 in A major, and the late sonatas of Opus 102, number 4 in C major and number 5 in D major. The first 2 sonatas pose very specific challenges to cellists. The question which usually troubles the players is, what do I do about the rest? You see, it's not just the notes that are difficult. These could be handled fairly well by a cellist who can play the first movement of Haydn's C major concerto. It is in the spaces between the phrases, right in the beginning lines of the first movements of these sonatas, where the cellist asserts their readiness for performance. You have to be able to count, sustain the phrase even through the silence of a pause, and be able to act in such a way that it all looks and sounds natural and convincing to the listener. You must also be ready to collaborate with a pianist and ready to study the piano part. Not many young cellists can do this. Sonata number 3 is considered the most significant and mature of all of them. It has 3 separate movements, the third being preceded by a slow introduction. Throughout the sonata, both instruments are treated equally. The cello is treated especially royally here. It opens the sonata with a magnificent theme. The motivic elaboration and the architectural grandiosity in this work is unparalleled. It is truly a gem in this genre. The technical challenges for the cello are significant and the musical challenges even bigger. I would recommend that the cellist listens to many chamber and symphonic works of Beethoven before playing this sonata. The 2 sonatas of Opus 102 are very concise. In sonata number 4, the flow of the first movement is much easier. The 2 instruments are independent yet supportive of each other, and the opening introduction definitely has a melody that one can memorize and sing. In the allegro, rhythm drives and binds the movement together. The following adagio has very abstract melodies, which remind me of the treatment of the piano in Beethoven's Variations and Fugue for Piano Opus 35, Eroica. The last movement is a crazy, happy chase of the 2 instruments with a lot of imitation. It is definitely very difficult, both technically and musically, to execute well. Finally, the last sonata, Opus 102, number 2 in D major, has a very concise first movement, a very reflective, nearly 10-minute long second movement, and a fugue as the last movement. It is very significant that the last movement in the 5th sonata uses Beethoven's favorite technical device, a fugue. The character of the movement being nearly stoic, it does build up to a magnificent ending with a pedal point in the coda. This sonata too requires great maturity to play and to appreciate. It is almost like the words of a sage. Beethoven wrote 3 sets of variations for cello and piano. The first one on a theme taken from Handel's oratorio Judas Maccabeus, and the other two sets written on themes taken from Mozart's operas. Although Beethoven did not write the cello concerto, the triple concerto is sometimes called one due to the very difficult cello part. I was fortunate to perform this concerto many times, even in China during the Olympics. The cello begins this concerto and actually begins every movement. Beethoven pushed the cello's possibilities to the very limits here. As a cellist, I am grateful that Beethoven bestowed on the cellist the role of leader in this concerto.
Hello, everyone. If you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon, hosted by me, Jose Vega. And as you can see, a beautiful New York City background. It is currently 7:54 p.m. And what you just heard was Cello Sonata number 3, Opus 69, performed by Elizabeth and Cecilia Borowski, 2/5 of the American virtuosi. Maybe one day we'll get something with all 5 of them. With that being said, we're just going to move right along from that beautiful performance into Symphony number 3, once again conducted by Maestro Zhang Jingyi, performed by the Shanxi Orchestra. Enjoy. Hello, everybody. If you are just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon, not to be confused with our 25-hour Beethoven live stream marathon that happened 2 weeks ago on Beethoven's birthday to commemorate 250 years of his birth. What you just heard was Symphony Number 3, the Eroica Symphony, conducted by Maestro Zhang Jingyi, performed by the name of the orchestra, it always escapes me. the Shanxi Orchestra. And it was a beautiful performance. And now we are going to go to, I think, what is a proof of principle. The Schiller Institute is performing the Missa Solemnis, just the Gloria. But how do you perform something in which you can't get together to sing? This year, people weren't allowed to get together and sing, and with, right reason, we shouldn't get sick, especially singers. I know singers value their voices, and the last thing we want is for them to get sick. But I think what the Schiller Institute did here, even though nobody could be together, they still found a way to put everybody's voices together, even though everyone's socially distant. So, with that being said, this is the Missa Solemnis, the Gloria movement, and it is performed by the Schiller Institute Chorus. And it's also performed at the proper Verdi tuning of A equals 432 or C equals 256. So, with that being said, let's go right into the next piece.
Gloria in the church today.
Hello, everybody. If you're just tuning in, this is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. My name is Jose Vega, and I am hosting on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. So as we're approaching the end of our stream, we have 3 pieces left to go, and we're going in towards middle to late Beethoven. I want to read to you the Heilige Testament. This is written in 1804, I believe, or 1802. And this is written to his brothers. Now, this is a very famous testament because this is where Beethoven starts realizing, wait a minute, I might be going deaf here. And what does that mean? So I will read you a passage. This is for my brothers Carl and Beethoven. O ye men who think or say that I am malevolent, stubborn, or misanthropic, how greatly do ye me wrong. You do not know the secret causes of my seeming. From childhood my heart and mind were disposed to the gentle feelings of goodwill. I was even ever eager to accomplish great deeds, but reflect now that for 6 years I have been a hopeless case, aggravated by senseless physicians, cheated year after year in the hope of improvement, finally compelled to face the prospect of a lasting malady, whose cure will take years or perhaps be impossible. Born with an ardent and lively temperament, even susceptible to the diversions of society, I was compelled early to isolate myself, to live in loneliness. When I at times tried to forget all this, oh, how harshly was I repulsed by the doubly sad experience of my bad hearing. And yet it was impossible for me to say to men, speak louder, shout, for I am deaf. Oh, how could I possibly admit such an infirmity in the one sense which should have been more perfect in me than in others, a sense which I once possessed in highest perfection, a perfection such as few surely in my profession enjoy or have enjoyed. Oh, I cannot do it. Therefore forgive me when you see me draw back when I would gladly mingle with you. My misfortune is doubly painful because it must lead to my being misunderstood. For me there can be no recreations in society of my fellows, refined intercourse, mutual exchange of thought. Only just as little as the greatest needs command may I mix with society. I must live life like an exile. If I approach near to people, a hot terror seizes upon me, a fear that I may be subjected to the danger of letting my condition be observed. Thus it has been during the past year which I spent in the country, commanded by my intelligent physician to spare my hearing as much as possible, in this almost meeting my natural disposition, although I sometimes ran counter to it, yielding to my inclination for society. But what a humiliation! When one counter to it, yielding to my inclination for society, but what a humiliation when one stood beside me and heard a flute in the distance, and I heard nothing. Or someone heard the shepherd singing, and again I heard nothing. Such incidents brought me to the verge of despair, but little more and I would have put an end to my life. Only art it was that withheld me. It seemed impossible to leave the world until I had produced all that I felt called upon me to produce, and so I endured this wretched existence, truly wretched, an excitable body with which a sudden change can throw from the best into the worst state. I recommend people continue to read or find that Heilige Testament because it's very beautiful. And this was written 10 or 11 years before Beethoven would become completely deaf. And yet, this is when Beethoven writes the best of his music, because it was no longer about what you hear. What motivated him to continue forward was the idea of art. And maybe the best music was the one that you can't hear. Maybe the music is not what you hear, but it's between the notes, or it's above the notes, or it's behind the notes. Maybe it's something that isn't heard. Anyways, we are now going to play for you the Bagatelles. This is Opus 119. This is written right when Beethoven is also completely deaf. and the performer is Cameron Piper. So enjoy. Hello, everybody. Hi. My name is Jose Vega, and I am hosting on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. This is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. If you're just joining us, what was just played was the Opus 119, the Bagatelles, written in the later years of Beethoven. Now we're going to play for you the Opus 59, the Beethoven String Quartet, the Razumovsky. This was written just around when Beethoven was realizing that his deafness is inevitable and will get worse. And this was his response. This is one of my favorite string quartets, and I think it will be your favorite string quartet too. So, enjoy. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Jose Vega. This is the 12-hour Beethoven live stream marathon. I'm hosting on behalf of the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. So if you're just tuning in, what was just played is the String Quartet number 9, Opus 59, number 1. Now, my favorite is number 3, but we don't have a recording of number 3. I would have played that too if we had that. So for those of you who've stuck around since the beginning, you've probably picked up on the fact that a lot of what we played is just a rebroadcasting of the 24-hour Beethoven live stream marathon that we held back in December 16th for Beethoven's birthday. And you'd be right. A lot of it is just that. This stream's purpose was to, one, of course, kick off the Beethoven year. But we're learning as we go here at the Foundation for the Revival of Classical Culture. And so we wanted to play some of the highlights, the stuff that had the most engagement, the stuff that people were talking about the most, just because people wanted to see it again and what better way to spend the New Year's than with good music, good people, and Beethoven, of course. So as we're approaching the end of our stream, we have 2 more pieces for you. One is the Opus 56. I think that says. Text is kind of small. I'm a one-man tech team as of right now until the end. It's just me here alone in New York City. You know, it's actually 10:10 p.m. Yeah, so the Opus 56, the Concerto for Piano, Violin, and Cello with Orchestra, performed by the American Virtuosi. And we're going to end with the only thing you can end a Beethoven marathon is the Beethoven Symphony Number 9, which will be a recording by Furtwängler from 1942. But I won't give away too much on that because we did a little thing. We curated a couple things here and there on that. So without further ado, what you're going to hear now is the Opus 56 Concerto for Piano, Violin, and Cello with Orchestra, performed by the American Virtuosi. The Borowski family is a wonderful family. I consider them friends. They are awesome. They're great. And I think their performance of this is truly phenomenal. So enjoy.